Super Late Spartan. Spartan Stunner. Win. India. How's you guys doing? How's you guys doing? I know I said Arcanum last night, but Mizu reopened his Power World server and we're starting over. So, I have no reason to back off, okay? I need to ensure that I maintain some level of supremacy at all times, okay? Okay, I don't have the, what's it called? I don't have the glider yet, and I still need some pulse spheres. So we're off to a start. This is not gonna be one of my ideas. This is gonna be a chill stream, most likely, though. In part because I have all my overpowered pals, so I don't have to worry about any conflict. You guys need to understand, I so much as look at something a little bit too aggressively and it just dies, you know? Right, it's bad. It's very bad. And of course, tonight's snack is of course peanuts again. Because I just like them. Forgot how brutal some of the early game stuff is with this. Do I have any Anubises by any chance? I do not. I do not. They're not hard to get a hold of, but they are still one of those things we're gonna have to get some of. Because it's, Man, I can't wait for that lawsuit to finally be over so we can start throwing our pals out again. I'm missing that was an option. Not at any rate, at any rate. Seriously, you just gonna throw one of those out there. Hey, stop running! Stop running! Don't make this harder than it has to be. Ah, fuck. Is he immune to that? Is it gonna work? I really just want to use this, don't I? You know what? Yes, the answer is yes. I want to use the rock trap while it exists still. Okay, I'm pretty convinced it's just not gonna work. In that case. I don't think I can take this thing in alive. Dude, no little one shot, it guaranteed. Where did that come from? I had no clue where that last bit of damage came from. Genuinely no clue. He just. Okay. Alright. Every time. Also, also, Lindy, you're quite the watch streak right there. I haven't missed a single stream in a good while. Anyways, I hope everyone's day's been going okay. Mine has been a standard day off. Meaning it's been unremarkable. Which isn't really much of a problem, but you know. It's a bit of a whatever thing. Not gonna go lose and sleep over it, of course. It's easy to forget how messy peanuts into the shell are. You get the little flakes all over the place. I'm gonna have to sleep after this. Oh no! In my attempt to save someone, I condemned everyone to death. Tale as old as time. The simple act of looking upon something causes its imminent death. It's actually about how it goes, generally. I wonder if 1.0 will feature new islands. Look, you gotta remember, most sittings result in your pals just killing everything that they see mercilessly. As in, it can't be helped. Look at it funny, it dies. Fig! Tama! Thank you for the raid! Welcome, guys! Welcome! How's the stream? Cause he is, right? It's just how he looks. We'll see, but you know. Finished the game at somebody's article. That's cool. hazard, doesn't it mean? Alright, I'm gonna have to... Well, first things first, let's get the glider. Because the glider is among the most important things to get in the early game. Make everything a lot easier, you know? I still don't know how Quiver's really able to do much crafting with, you know, those, not the most efficient, digits to be working with. Are we cooking jugs yet, or is that later? That is much later in the game, unfortunately. I mean, we at least need a lavender for that, you know? Because that's what lavender is good for. It's really good at roofing people. Come on. Okay, hold on. No, come on! That was mildly disappointing. Let's see if we can find any, We need to find those, need to find Tiefens. Because I need something that can do water stuff. And it might take me a minute to reach that stage. Alright, that's one. Oh, I don't have enough wood. Well, fine. You get away this time. Now, as for you... Also see the main target over there. Maybe next time you can try being... I don't know. Smarter? I don't know. You do know that you can take your pals from other saves, right? I can't possibly stress enough how much I really don't want to go through making a pal identical to this one again. Mushroom. Why not? It's your festival. Look how much they've been. Like, I'll put it this way. Not the amount of stuff that went into making this specific Quivern. The amount of things that took was astronomical. Don't feel like doing it again. Like, you know how difficult it is to breed for specific active skills? Meteorine is such a pain to get. Why did I have to start over? Because I guess Mizu wasn't paying his bill on the server and it got deleted. So we're starting over. I mean, technically they never got rid of him. Such is the cycle of server-based games. Yeah, pretty much. Also, they improved the building. I'm pretty sure that corner roof tiles did not exist. And I gotta say, they look nice. They feel nice. It's just that little bit less depressing now. And you can paint! Let's go! Yeah, this was mostly focused on the building. A couple of other things as well. Combat was slightly improved. Slightly improved. I like Mimog. They're just little guys. Finally. I found one. Don't run! You can't make this not happen! Nah, but... I don't know. Dinosaur always felt like a weird mix between Guldra and Meganium. I'm in love with you guys. Do not care. Do not care. Some people will be like, oh man, I can't believe they stole this. You know what? You know what? It deserved to be stolen. Hot take, it deserved to be stolen. Now, if you want to talk about the one that was terrible to steal from, Score Bunny. That design never looked good. It still doesn't look good. And even Power World couldn't fix it. They had hindsight and they couldn't fix that. That's how bad it is. Like, I want you to think about that. Just yet, even hindsight couldn't fix it. I need to make a godly Mimog sometime. The good news is that the really high-end skills are still something I have access to. I'm just gonna... It was a mercy killing, guys. It was mercy. They were in pain, I promise. Diablo... I feel like I've already pretty much processed everything there is to process on that. It is a single trailer for a game that is most likely going to just be a disappointment when it comes out. Star Wars Fate of the Old Republic. Keep in mind also, saying that this game is going to release in 2030 is being optimistic. Okay, let's be honest here, and I'm gonna be real with you guys. I'm gonna be real with you guys. Here's the time frame I'm thinking. Here's the time frame I'm thinking. We're not gonna hear anything for like 3 years. And then we're gonna hear that they have opted to restart development. And then we're still not going to hear anything for an additional 5 years. And then it releases, and then it's disappointing. That is the time frame I am giving them. Pretty much. It's gonna feel nothing like the actual original Old Republic games did. Okay, I'm gonna stress, it's going to feel nothing like them. It's not gonna be an RPG. This isn't gonna be like a Baldur's Gate situation. No, it's gonna end up being some typical thing where they're like, oh, you see guys, look at this. We made an RPG. They're gonna be like, acting like they are oh so very unique. It's gonna be an RPG in name only. Oh, Barry. Barry! Sweet, innocent Barry! When this is over, you're gonna beg for it to be a Skyrim ripoff. Need to work on the rope physics a little. It's going to suck. That is all I have to say. That's all I need to say, honestly. I have no faith in this project because I know what these people are capable of, and I know what they do. They don't make good games, you know? Also, I'm also gonna say, my understanding, this is a new studio as well. So, complete unknown. Complete unknown. And that should terrify you. I wouldn't trust Obsidian with the KOTOR IP. Original dude is on board. You want to hear my personal opinion? 1. BioWare didn't make a good KOTOR game. It was okay, but great? Nah. I disagree. And that's another thing, by the way, that people don't understand. Dude, you can sit down and parade about whoever you want. That doesn't suddenly give me faith. Okay, it feels like you're reaching. It feels like you're trying to give me every reason in the world to be like, oh, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. And then it won't be fine. I don't care if you get Chris Avalon on it or whatever. Okay, alright, professionalist. That is a wild thing to hear about. Outer Worlds. But an important thing to remember is that none of the original people are there anymore. That's a detail that needs to be stressed whenever Obsidian is brought up in the room. None of the original people are there anymore. My position is like, 1, that is disrespectful to everybody who came before. In my opinion, if the majority of the people behind those games are no longer at your studio, it is not the same studio anymore. position on a KOTOR game, I think it was probably almost universally just... I don't really think I want another KOTOR. I would rather see KOTOR 2 mods or something than see another KOTOR game. Because at least then, I know what the foundation that it's being built on is. Yeah, just the fins first. Did you guys know? Somebody made a mod for KOTOR 2 that ports KOTOR 1 into the engine. So you get all those KOTOR 2 engine improvements in KOTOR 1 story. The Starfield Star Wars mod. Seemed interesting to me. Alright, need to build a ranch. Yes, but as for KOTOR, a new KOTOR game, do not trust them. I didn't trust them with the remake. I knew they'd screw that up. I'm happy that died. I am nothing would break my heart more. Nothing would break my heart more than like Game Awards 2026. We see like a random trailer and it's just like some trailer where you have Revan over here aura farming. Because that's all Revan does. That's all Revan does nowadays. He stands there, he'll hold his hand out with a purple lightsaber because we have to make sure he's as gray as humanly possible. And then thank you for the follow, Rose. Should we have different categories for VTuber? That depends on how you feel about the VTubers. sure if those are things that you'd be able to have together, honestly. I feel like it's kind of one of those, you know, one kind of negates the other. That's just my opinion, though. That's just my opinion, though. Oh, base upgrade. Right. It's getting more expensive. I'm mostly just saying, you know, Connie implies very specific things. That is all. That is all. Yeah. I think I'll save my points for it. Nah, I got plenty of points. We'll just... Oh, hold on for a minute. I should yoink those fire arrows. I'll need those later anyways, so it doesn't matter. Ah! I stand by my opinion. I think Revan's overrated. All versions of Revan. KOTOR 1 and KOTOR 2 Revan. KOTOR 1 Revan isn't even really a character because it's just a PC. It's a player character. It doesn't matter. Like, I guess KOTOR 2 Revan can be interesting, but it's like... I don't even really know for sure if he does that well. Realistically speaking. I don't know. I just feel... And granted... Okay, and granted. You guys have to remember. I am a contrarian. Well, geez, man. He takes off the mask and he's just some guy. Don't even get me started on the main villain of the Old Republic. I swear, it's like we sit down here. Kreia hypes up so much. And then what do we get? Just some white guy. Just some old white guy. Nothing crazy. Alright? He doesn't even have gray skin. You're telling me you have a Sith Lord who got to keep his perfect complexion? It's Sheev, but pretty. It's even worse. You're sitting down here telling me that the character who is supposed to be the existential threat that got Revan to abandon his family freaking beyond Darth Nihilus. Dude, Zeldris is like one of the few times where, like, you know, you gotta get to take his helmet off. And honestly, they did a good job hyping him up. It makes sense that he'd be the Black Knight. But he isn't. He couldn't possibly be. I mean, I haven't, you know, like, okay, yeah, sure, whatever. They've never seen him in the same room together, but, like, that doesn't matter. Alright, there's never been a scenario in which the two would meet. Like, I just find it so frustrating how, like, you sit down here. We have this character who's, like, supposed to be, like, this existential nightmare. And it's just some guy. It's not even, like, he's not even really all that much of an actual threat, realistically speaking. Or at least he doesn't feel it. Guy doesn't even look like a Sith Lord. God, man, you could have freaking done like Abeloth or something. Like, that's kind of the thing that I get the vibe they were trying to hype up. Something on that level, you know? Like where you think about it and it's just like, oh God. I'm not even really trying to say anything there with Abeloth. That's just like one of those things that comes to mind. It's like, you could have done something like that, you know? Just something with presence. Instead, and you know, like, I know I said it already, but it's just some old white guy. You're trying to hype me up for this? You're trying to sit down and make me feel existential dread looking at this? I think I just saw this guy do my taxes 6 weeks ago. Yeah, I mean, you know, like, don't get me wrong. I always think it's, like, Star Wars has a horrible power creep issue. Just like you'll have a character that just pops up and it's just like, you know, 32 times stronger than Luke Skywalker. You just have Darth such over here being like 100 times stronger than Anakin Skywalker was in his prime. And somehow we're supposed to believe that the hero can defeat him. I'm not saying he won't. I'm just saying it certainly does make it difficult to make something stronger down the line, doesn't it? Am I winning? This is Power World. One does not. You don't just win Power World. Alright, Power World is about living the slow life of a plantation owner. We're just gonna ignore the part where all the pals get really scarred up on account of having to deal with all that sugar. No, trust me, the pals like having molten sugar dumped on them. Don't go making this into something. I am an ethical person. Well, it makes me bring out my southern. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, but you get my point though, professionals. They'll sit down and try to make it really, like they'll try to like make this character that is so hyped up, and then we're just like, how on earth are we supposed to beat this? And even worse, how is there anything after this of when we beat it? card switching to another person. If we're gonna, like, you know, decide who's gonna be the protagonist of a KOTOR 3. I wouldn't want to stick with the Exile. I feel like at that point, you know, their story's already kind of done. I don't mind with their story concluding at they went to the unknown regions. And then afterwards, you have to figure out what happened. I don't mind this change of perspective. I don't want to get too attached to player characters. Anyways, Ryan, welcome as even. Sadly, you cannot put humans in the global PAL box. Sometimes knowing what happened makes you want to nuke the entire tournament. Dude, I'm sorry. It's like, honestly, it's one of those situations where it's like, dude, I feel like the Star Wars timeline was probably kind of screwed even before Disney got involved. Bear in mind, pretty sure the Old Republic is a part of that old canon. I think. I actually don't know for sure. Professionalist, I'm gonna be honest with you when I say this. I don't think that nuking the sequels would fix Star Wars. Because what the sequels are is a symptom of a much much worse disease. You don't just fix this. You don't just turn this around and one day, everything's great again. No. In my opinion, the only fix I could possibly conceivably envision put Star Wars in the public domain. Decide that Star Wars has so much significance that at this point it truly isn't anything goes series. There is no brand anymore. You can't fix what's already been broken. No, that's my position. I think if you had it so that everybody could just get the license or just automatically had the license, I think you would walk away with a significantly more valuable thing at the end of the day. Would it be perfect? No. No, it wouldn't be. But do I think people could actually be happier with it? Yes. I genuinely believe that people would be happier with that as a property. Because as it stands now, nobody likes Star Wars. Stop burning! Can you imagine? Can you imagine they did make Star Wars public domain and then George just still ends up doing stuff with it? Dude, imagine being George in that scenario! Like, sold Star Wars for, what was it, like a few $1 billion? Like, Disney gets Star Wars for what is generally considered to be a steal. Yeah, he sold it to the white slavers. Honestly, I think the general consensus with that has often been that George Jr. Dude! What the frick is that Kativa I just got? Like, you gotta remember, George has no obligations at this point. Too big. I'm in the too big impression. Might be too big. Dang, this one actually way more than The Rock did. Okay, come on. Okay. Yeah, too heavy. Okay, whatever. You know what? It's me styling again. It's me trying to style on him again. I'm not gonna go too... I'm not gonna get worked up over it. Rush Shore's having some issues. Does that mean he can go over the water without issues? I am leveling up, yes. But yeah, I gotta get levels so that my pals can get levels. sucks in the air. I still like peanuts. Peanuts are good. Wait, do I know how to make arrows? Okay, I can make arrows, good. I admit, I'm a bit of a tourist everywhere I go. I never go that far in, but I generally have a good grasp of things. One thing, however, that I know for a fact was never canon was the one story that basically had Star Wars and Indiana Jones being in the same universe. Well, it was not canon, obviously, so it didn't matter too much, but... I can't remember the whole thing that went down. It's just like it has like a... Han Solo and Chewbacca crash landing on a random planet. And then, like, you know, Han dies from the impact. Chewbacca survives. And then, like... God only knows how long later, freaking Indiana Jones finds Chewbacca. So how do I get nukes in this game? You know what? I'd be down for it. I'd be down for it. Get on it, Power World devs. That is what it is, though. Han Solo tried to smuggle the Ark of the Covenant off the planet, being secretly a Nazi, so he got sucked into it instead. I don't think the Ark of the Covenant took issue with them being Nazis. I think it was just more of a, you don't open up the Ark of the Covenant! There are a lot of rules about that thing. One of which being, we do not open the Ark of the Covenant. specifically what it was. All I remember is just, you know, that was a thing. Aita. Dog, save me! That was a cheat. I don't care. Alright, he's still a little above me right now. I gotta work on that detail. I don't mind the concept of time travel in an Indiana Jones story. Very, very spicy take. Let's be honest though, do most Hollywood writers actually have the ability to do time travel correctly? Yeah, man, it's wild! We treat our pals nice here. We give them food and water and shelter, but if they act up, we put them in the slaughterhouse. Not going too well so far. On the topic of farms, it recently came to my attention that they're making a children's movie based on the hit hit book Animal Farm by George Orwell. Needless to say, my excitement for it cannot be contained. I can't wait to see what they, I can't wait to see what sort of, made horrors beyond my comprehension appear. And somehow they'll probably make the pig the good guy, or at least misunderstood. I gotta deal with the fact that palladium is kind of hard to get a hold of sometimes. Also, I really hope that when 1.0 rolls around, we can finally visit Yggdrasil. Where the palladium flows like honey. Unfortunately, by then you basically have infinite palladium, so it doesn't matter, but... It's the thought that counts, though. Oh! I appreciate how they have this set up, actually. It's a lot cleaner. Nothing triggers me like the word media literacy. Every time I hear it! Because you aren't media literate. this always came off to me like another one of those words used by freaking elites to make fun of people who they consider beneath them. Maybe I'm wrong. Dude, one thing I freaking hate about all discourse that happens nowadays, everything's buzzwords. Everything everyone says, it's freaking buzzwords. And everyone does it too, it's so annoying. You just kind of love one and like, okay, what's the point here? And like half the time the buzzwords are basically just the person saying the buzzwords being like, look at this guy not getting it. Stop running! You know, it wouldn't have to be this difficult if you just stopped running like a coward. Even then, though, looking at the term media literacy, honestly, even then, it really just feels like, you know, I don't know, it just feels like a lot of political correct garbage. No, nah. Not politically correct. Intellectual garbage. Cause like it's basically just what's the word? Okay, actually we should make the Palgar workbench first. Because I need this done. Like, the idea is that you're supposed to sit down and understand the like the social impact of everything, of all media that you consume, and it just feels really dumb to me. guess so. I don't know. It just feels dumb. Like it's one of those deals where it encourages reading too deep into stuff rather than just enjoying anything. Because, yeah, one thing I'll notice is a bit of an issue in the modern age is nobody wants to enjoy anything. Everyone's got to be in a perpetual state of depression. But the problem is, it is that deep. It is that deep. But you're not allowed to acknowledge that it's that deep. I have no clue. You're just not allowed to enjoy your World War I magical girl anime. Instead, you gotta think about the social impact of your consumption of this media. Getting a season 2 so it hasn't been canceled yet, despite... For what it's worth, a fair bit of Japanese media is kind of difficult to cancel these days, mostly just because it's... Now, I'll continue to note that Crunchyroll has a disproportionate amount of power over Japanese media, but their power is not absolute. Some things can still get through the cracks. Given enough time, however... it can become a problem. professionalist. If it was just a few crap dubs, I wouldn't care. Alright, nobody gets worried over bad Russian dubs. The problem is that as a company, Crunchyroll has a disproportionate amount of sway in what gets greenlit and what doesn't. Because they actually do have presence in Japan. Then picking something up by itself will cause it to have a higher likelihood of actually being made. And that creates problems. Like a few bad subs or dubs or whatever. Those have existed since the beginning of time. The true danger, however, comes in the fact that that power is still very disproportionate. Well, that one's annoying. Stupid syndicate thugs walking and ruining all my stuff. I'll make sure to make very good use of you. Now, I agree that's a problem, professionalist. But that's a problem that's currently, that only exists as the current, that's a more apparent problem. The problem, the serious issues come in when they actually start corrupting the stuff from the very beginning. because that actually is something that could be down the line. What happens when this is simply the nature of mangaka? What then? Ghost Stories was fun. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure everybody involved in that project would probably deny it if you asked them about it. It was a different time. And we made all those racist jokes in that one anime dub. Perhaps, but my main point is Crunchyroll needs to die. Not just because it's bad either. But because it is an existential threat to Japanese culture as it stands. A lot of dubs are created by Crunchyroll. You gotta remember that one. Just because you say that these guys exist. Which, by the way, I'm pretty sure that as of pretty soon, High Dive is Crunchyroll. I believe they actually recently made went into a partnership. Also, if Crunchyroll's taking up the lion's share of things, you have to remember, only one company tends to get the licenses for specific series. That arguably makes it worse, honestly. Like if Crunchyroll is owned by Netflix, who owns Warner Brothers, or if Crunchyroll is owned by Warner Brothers, who's owned by Netflix, that just makes it even worse. Because that means that they have functionally infinite Oh, frick! I forgot I gave him... I forgot I gave her... freaking meteorite. I wonder how many hours I spent breeding for that run. Trust me, professionalist. Just because they pull back just a little doesn't mean that you should suddenly start declaring victory or acting like it's getting better. Trust me, it's called pivoting. Never proclaim victory until your enemy is already dead. My position remains that we should not even... that we should just let these people die. Even if they are on our side now, let them die. Alright, total war. They cannot be trusted. So, yeah, go, just, destroy them. Because they won't give you the, they won't give you the benefit there. In my opinion, it's better to produce no media. I don't take issue with a big shakeup. If we have to sit down and not produce any media for a good decade just because, we're having issues, or at least so limited in amount, it's probably better to have it that way, honestly. Alright, Bush. That bark is good for you. That's right. You guys didn't see nothing. Alright? You see this? You see this? You didn't see nothing. They really did just kind of ignore me there. On one hand, I appreciate that I was able to maintain secrecy. On the other hand, I don't like being ignored. I need attention. It's the only thing that keeps me going some days. It's not even about that. I'm just inclined to argue. Just destroy it all. We don't need it. We don't need it. When the alternative is nothing, then let's do nothing. Let's have nothing. It's better to have nothing. Upskirt. How embarrassing. How embarrassing. we have the Statue of Power? Or do I need to go? We do. Good. Like, if you guys need your Soylent, there are alternatives. You don't need Hollywood. They're not the only ones who create cringe. That was one of the weirder ads that was going around for a bit there, wasn't it? It's just Soylent, you know? And we sat down and acted like this is supposed to be normal. But it wasn't normal. So I've been thinking about what I'm gonna do after I'm done with the Splinter Cell. Just still probably a bit of a waste for now. Oh, also Radiant Dawn. I'm kind of getting close to finishing off a couple of things at this rate. So I wonder what I'll do after that's done. Recently, Mizu sent me the link to Pokemon Odyssey. Just one of those things where I'm just kind of, I'm looking at it like, interesting. Very interesting. I mean it too when I say it, by the way. Radiant Dawn is the pinnacle of Fire Emblem. You can't go further. In my opinion, anything beyond that is just it just doesn't work. Wait, did they reduce the level cap for the level requirements for the sword? I could have sworn the sword was like level like 40 something originally. Just play XCOM instead for a bit. That is an option. I am definitely gonna get back on a Trian Odyssey at some point, though. I've had that Trian Odyssey 3 sitting in my Steam library for a bit, and I am eager to enjoy it. Oh. Looks like the katana and the sword swapped places in the technology tree. Oh yeah, there's also the stun baton. It's not as good as you'd like it to be. I wish it was better, honestly. Maybe I could try doing a vanilla run of the original XCOM, though. Anyways, was that one more? Okay, we have a hot spring. The hot spring is labeled as healthcare. I don't know why that entertains me just a little. They're telling me that the pals get free healthcare when I don't? I tell ya. The nerve. Alright, now we'll see here. Clap. Need more fox sparks. engine though. Then again, the main reason why I kind of stopped playing XCOM is in part just because the game is really stressful. It's not really me docking points on it. It's more of just it's the nature of the game itself. Though, for what it's worth, it was significantly worse because I was playing modded. And for those who don't know, modded XCOM is kind of painful to play. Mostly just because, like, when the game is modded, it's not nearly as well balanced as it normally is. And that just makes the stress even worse, because you're just like, oh. I have to just make this work. And yeah, that kind of makes the enjoyment of the game a little bit harder than, you know, other games that have. Like, even Fire Emblem isn't nearly as stressful as XCOM is. I should probably go deal with the boss pal then. So I can hopefully get some ancient technology points. Or I may have to take on the tower. Either or, really. Let's see. So I got Dire Howl. I think I'll go for Dire Howl because I think they're generally a little bit faster than Rushor. What made me decide to play Pals and Bondage and not Arcanum? The game updated. And I'm not gonna let Mizu restarted his server, so I'm not gonna let that stop me from anything. Alright? Oh yeah! Whole lot faster now. Also, Diablo, where does bondage come into this? I'm very curious now. Is it because I've been using a lot of rope traps? Okay, the breeding doesn't instantly imply bondage. It can imply a lot of things. Alright, so in this area should be where the best pal for travel can be located. I might not be eyeing a little for him though. Who doesn't like a good harness swing? Fair enough, Diablo. Pals and bondage, where I wanna see. You know that you know 100% love and had something to do with it. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck! God! Probably. My internet is doing what it does. It is collapsing now. We spend about $100 a month for this. No! Darn! The instant revives. They don't happen anymore. Well. Welcome back to the team, Rushor. breaks my heart. Oh, I should probably go get this dealt with. Though also stuff like that is the main reason why there's a lot of questions about how they should go about freaky PvP in this game. Fishing ride! The funniest part about it is that this internet is technically really good. We're paying for like 2 gigabytes and we can hardly ever get those 2 gigabytes. I mean, I'm pretty sure you can't just capture, you can't capture players. I think that would be a little bit excessive as far as options go. Alright, time to get involved. The closest thing to just like a tactical nuke we have in this game. They're currently experimenting. That is my understanding. They're experimenting with the concept of PvP right now. Will it go anywhere? I don't know. Maybe it will. Maybe it won't. It's a setting you cannot do on server, so. For what it's worth, though, I feel like if they want to do any kind of PvP stuff, one of like the first things they need to do, some kind of anti-air options. Okay. Wait, Diablo, what do you mean when you say Etrian Odyssey mentioned? Don't tell me that something actually happened. Nah. No way that would ever happen. Actually, though, back on the KOTOR. It really is another example of one of my least favorite tropes in the modern games industry. And that is the trope of we reveal a game so far ahead of its actual release date. That it really doesn't matter. Like, it's one of those things that annoys me. Very much. Ah, okay. Okay. Looks like, kick shot is massively behind. Should I restart kick? I might need to restart kick. Oh, frick! Run away! I'm guessing these guys might be too big for this. Just a darn shame if so. Yes, the multiple streams might be a part of what makes this difficult. I'm at that stage where it's like, I'm on so many platforms now, I don't know if I can justify, like, getting rid of any of them. Also, I don't don't want to get rid of the alt platforms because I actually do like streaming on the extras because I feel at least like partially I'm actually contributing. Meanwhile, there is no contribution. Maybe I should use Gross Bolt instead for that run. Come on. I don't even need you. I just need you in the stupid pal stuff. So I can actually use the species. No! Frick! God! I just need a better mount. God! They gotta make it difficult. They really gotta go make it difficult. Ugh. So much junk it still needs to be done. More wood. So you. It's a process. Yeah, trying to get my Gah. Hopefully this works. Alright, we need more arrows. Right. Can't just leave us alone after all. Though there are some issues with the number of pal spheres I'll have access to. Gah. Always something, I suppose. I did not realize that was an owned pal right there. No joke, I thought it was just a random... I thought it was just a random, just thought it was a random Muzarna. And now I'm wanted! Tensions are high. God, no. Deforesting doesn't really do anything because, because when you destroy the trees, it doesn't really do anything to, the trees just respawn. Well, that ain't an option. Really, an option? hope they add at some point is I definitely hope that weather gets added at some point to the game. Cause I like weather. Just let's get a move on and hope that I don't end up dying too easy here. I forgot that megaspheres can spawn over here. So I guess maybe as long as I keep wandering around the desert. Eventually I should get enough megaspheres to where I can actually catch what I'm looking for. Wait. I don't remember Gummas having a little flower on its head. It's adorable. I accidentally fell off a cliff. The good news there, at least, is that I don't have to worry about my, any fall damage. Because that's what the wolf friend is for. Nice. Another one? Since when? My luck's never this good. The last one was unworthy. Didn't even give it a real fight. Just stared in its direction, and it died violently. Not really violently. It was a pretty not very impressive death. The server occasionally lags. Oh, may as well take that actually, because I do actually need that. No, I should have gone for the heat-resistant armor. That was a waste of points because I already have infinite. I have infinite heat stuff. All right, grappling gun. I'm assuming I'm gonna need a high quality workbench for that though. Which is unfortunately a bit of a process to get a hold of. Mostly because you gotta make nails, and I like making nails. Oh, Tsuta! Welcome! Sleepin'! Sleepin'! I apologize if I'm kind of low energy today. And you guys know how I am. I'm low energy until I'm not. Now I can make crossbows. And grappling guns. And I'm gonna need more ingots. It's gonna be fun. It could be a lot worse, I suppose. Sish. At least I got some wood from that. Not that I can say I really much care for it. Hopefully one of these days I'll be able to find one of those, an applied transporting technique book. Then I can give it to the Mimogs. And then they'll be really fast. Because they are always human. What was I looking for again? Right, we need ingots. The only way to get ingots is through mining. And I can't mine because I don't have the stuff for it. Evil bird, welcome, Zeben! Zeben! Hi. Oh yeah, I need to check out how those guys ended up. And also tag them in place of the current, Tiking. One thing that does upset me a bit though is how difficult it is to make the, to get a really good, chickpea or Lambo Activa. Yeah! Thank you for the raid! Welcome, right guys! Welcome, on the stream! Yeah, what'd you do? How you doing? I apologize if I've not been at my best today. Oof. I'm kinda going through it, I guess. Bit of an irony, I suppose. Alright, are we back? Are we back? I think we're back. I hope we're back. I'm gonna end up getting banned from one of the platforms because of it. Right, gotta. Doesn't have the static anymore. Was it that bad? Guys, let me know! Please, I can't, I don't know what it is. You guys, I need input. I need input. Okay, I'm actually gonna get some extra quiverns. Some of my rejects, you know. While I was trying to make something truly incredible. Let's just say there were a lot of quiverns eating other quiverns for a bit there. It would get very messy. Welcome, as even. Yeah, but let's just say like making really strong pals is among one of the most brutal things in this entire game. And I mean it when I say it too. Like the sheer brutality necessary to make something truly powerful. It's terrifying when you think about it. I'm sorry, Coburn. I remember you did say that one, you did make that one comment about driving in oncoming traffic, which, you know. Don't worry, I'm a real one. I don't report my friends' attempts. He just lucky cat. No, like really strong ones, no. There are limits to what can and can't be caught early game. The way the numbers work is based on a combination of the sphere you use and the pal's HP and your capture skill, which varies. Yeah, exactly, Coburn. Exactly. I definitely hope that you get out of there at some point, though. Because it definitely has seemed like your work's been pretty rough lately. It is what it is. Yup. Doesn't change that. It doesn't have to be that way. It shouldn't be that way. But it's the world that we live in. Don't worry, Kobun. One day it will all collapse. And then you'll wish you were living in Japan during its economic downturn. What was it talking about? Trying to be uplifting? Nah. We're not uplifting in this household. We say it like it is. Nah, you can only catch a pal if you reach a certain amount of... a specific pal if you reach a certain amount of strength. Come on. Let's go! Alright, returning. Going on now. That was all I needed. That is all I came to this desert for. Now, I'm assuming I don't actually have the levels for these guys yet. Yeah, I need to be level 22. So unfortunately it's gonna be a while still. I don't know if I'd call myself positive, Cobra. I'm gonna be honest, I've been kind of caught up in the usual doomerism lately myself. You know how it is, you see too much. You see too much, you bear witness to the horrors of this world, and you just realize maybe we're not gonna make it, bros. What if we don't make it, bros? Anyways, let's not be a doomer though right now, cause we're enjoying one of the greatest games ever made, Pal World, and that's what matters most. Honestly, Power World is one of those games that I gotta say, I am astonished at just how well the game's been able to just keep me engaged. You know what I mean? Too many games where just, you don't really feel like you get much out. Diablo. That's almost as depressing as if I were alone. At least if we're not making it, bros, at least we're not making it together. The 3-shot bow is too strong. Why is the 3-shot bow too strong? I know it's scary now, just wait, it gets scarier. Man, that's so depressing. I'm excited to be forced to witness not just my own failures, but the failures of all of those who came before. And I have to live with their failures significantly more than they'll have to live with mine. Well, now I just feel like we're getting too doomer. We're getting too doomer. And then again, when are we ever not too doomer? Yeah, no, Scotch, that's sacrilege! Sacrilege. There is no such thing as two doomer. We're not doomer enough. We gotta go deeper. We gotta have even less reasons to keep going. We need more Wojak memes, dang it! I swear, man, every time you see a YouTube video thumbnail and it features like a Wojak in like Zoomer, in like dressed like in like regular Zoomer, like a Zoomer outfit, you know for a fact you're about to be profoundly depressed. Like it's not gonna be just, you know, like, you know, it's not just gonna be depressing. You're gonna be wondering why you even continue on in this miserable existence. Hope Jackie get the power out the stream. Look, all I'm saying is, Hope Jack doesn't get clicks. Alright? You don't get clicks by being hopeful, okay? You get clicks by telling everyone there is nothing. And that's it. It's gonna be like that one meme. And you just be as depressing as possible. Your parents work and sleep 20% of their salary? I have a very strong feeling that wasn't the case, honestly. Dude, my parents are freaking poor. I'm sorry to say, they'll insist they weren't. They'll insist they weren't. Looking back, yeah, nah, we were poor. We were freaking poor. We couldn't... You know, we weren't like destitute, okay? But it's like one of those things where it's like, yeah, when you say you weren't poor, it was hopium. At least, you know, at least they can only like slightly do worse. Dude, did anybody have rich parents? That's what I'm wondering. Like, where are these rich kids? Okay, my dad is kind of well off. It's kind of like one of those things where, you know, I'm not like crazy. I can't call him up and just get and just, you know, and suddenly be like, you know, I'm gonna make it, bros. I can't just do that. It's awful, but I can't just do that. Oh my god. Guys, I just realized. Hold on. Your name is Toby! Now go water those crops! When you remember your parents telling you we're lower middle class. Dude, my parents, when I asked my parents, like, yeah, because I once asked my parents just straight up when I was little, like, I was just like, are we poor? And then, and my parents, they swore they were middle class. They swore they were middle class. realize I got into college off of the fact that they were kind of poor. And then I think more about the fact that all it took was Dad not getting his bonus one year. And suddenly there was kind of that realization that they were probably going to lose the house. And now my parents live in an RV. And I also lived in an RV for a bit there. And I have 3 roommates. This isn't a doomer stream! This isn't a doomer stream, I promise! This isn't a doomer stream! Sounds like Ryan. We are huffing that hopium in here, okay? We are so hopeful. So hopeful. So hopeful. Also very hopeful. Yeah, we ball. I survived because the wee ball within burned brighter than the dead I was stuck with. Cause you know, some days the wee ball is all we have, okay? Alright, we ballin', okay? I want to. We're gonna go to the thrift store, and we're gonna dress like royalty afterwards, okay? We'll also have lice like those same royalty. So, frankly, we're doing good for ourselves. We're doing good. We're doing great. It's perfect. Best outcome. Best outcome. Best outcome. Yep. The entire generation has back pain and tummy problems. And may or may not end up having some liver issues down the line. And also mild opioid addictions. And we truly live in a prosperous age. This is not a doomer stream. Ah! Stop it! I gotta stop. I gotta stop. I gotta stop. It's just like when you walk up to your friends so you can be like, guys, look, they finally accepted my application. I'm gonna be a McDonald's cashier. I never thought I'd see the day. You know, and then like a week later, you lose your job because because an AI is better at it. The modern man, behold, the camera pans down to Los Angeles. Oh God, that's horrible. That's horrible. Do people live like this? At least you can laugh. At least you can laugh. You know what? That's its own thing. At least you can laugh at it. I like how out of all of the things... Out of all of the things that they tried to make the most, that they tried really hard to turn into, like, you know, a mascot character. I like how it ended up being the freaking weird noodle that ended up being the mascot for this game. It's so infectious. I got one. I have one. Look, I have one. Even I couldn't escape it. It's terrible. Ah, speaking of, I should probably get the dressing facility made. I don't think they didn't say they added any new, I don't think they added any new, costumes for the pals. Oh yeah, I forgot we got little... You know what, yeah, let's do that, let's do that. Boom. Actually, did they get Relaxosaurus in on? Nah, they... Oh yeah, they wanted to make Relaxosaurus. I felt like Relaxosaurus was the one that was kind of, they were trying to push the most to be mascot. Then everybody fell in love with Chillet. The weird noodle dragon. It's kind of bold that they made their, the first dragon type you're most likely to encounter. An ice dragon type. don't know. This was like a weirdly niche typing combo. Oh, that was too strong. That was a waste. Gigaspheres are worth way more than that pal was. I gotta stop wasting my resources on things that are still beneath me. Oh yeah, one thing that I'm actually really excited about, by the way, that they have added to Power World finally. The Steam Workshop. That's right, guys. Now you can mod Power World and not have to really do anything for it. You don't need a launcher. You don't need anything. You just use Steam Workshop. Honestly, it is incredible that it's a thing now. Depends on if they make enough interesting mods. One of the main issues I've noticed with Power World modding is that some of the mods are a little honestly. What kind of mods does Power World have? Currently it's a lot of cosmetic stuff, I feel like. But I think the important thing here is that given enough time, it can develop into something rather unique. Just kill it! She's only level 18 right now! I do live in some fear of this thing that I've created. I am gonna note that, like, seriously, just this quivern. It is somewhat scary. Not gonna lie. Really? It was like 4 emotes. Boom. The emotes in this game are wonderfully cursed, by the way. Ah, wait, is an ultra sphere enough to catch a Quivern? Let's go for it. Let's go for it. Nah, that was just a random NPC. killed it at least. I didn't mean for us to kill it. I actually wanted to catch it, but whatever. Yeah, Winged Tyrant. That's what, yeah, that's Gwivern. It's like I said, you have to remember I am currently playing with an extremely overtuned PAL. Like, my Quiverin specifically has been, is the byproduct of so much iteration. Like, the amount of iteration that has gone between my Quiverin and that boss right there is definitely kind of uncomfortable. Okay, for one, the perfect IVs for one. So, like, attack, defense, and HP are gonna be as high as physically possible. Look, I've done the early game plenty at this point. I'm not gonna get all worked up over stuff like this. Honestly, I appreciate that they have given us a lot of options for dealing with this stuff, because I'm gonna be real with you guys. It's very tiring, the amount of time it takes for some things to happen. Always gotta stress, they're just overtuned. Even my Grisbolt, which is something of an afterthought, is overtuned. Over. Sheesh. Probably didn't need to do that, but I wasn't really given much of a choice there. Pocopia? Yeah, I've seen it. I'm honestly not interested. It feels like Pokemon's trying to do what Power World does, but I'm gonna be honest. In my opinion, Power World trying to be a toxic multiplayer environment is what makes it fun. I am expecting know well. I'm not gonna make any statements to the contrary there. You have to remember, like, you know, Pokemon adults are about the same as Disney adults. You throw anything with the brand on it, like, you put anything with the brand on it in front of their faces, you sold it before you even showed them what it was you were selling. You thought it was a fan project? Nah. It's Pokemon trying to take on Pal World. Do I think it's gonna be successful? No, I don't. Alex not successful in that sense. Game we talk about it first is a fan of Pokemon roguelike survival. Oh, interesting. I thought you were talking about the one with the Ditto. Again, I guess it is an honest question of if Pokemon adults are capable of being as cringe as Disney adults. Nah. Nothing is more cringe than Disney adults. And here's why. Because Disney is a cartoon mouse. Right? Disney's mascot is a cartoon mouse, alright? Pokemon's mascot is an anime mouse. We are not the same. Checkmate, liberal. Ah, interesting. I am not doing my best right now. Okay, up here. Really appreciate how in Power World they give you just enough of the resources that you need to really make for some very fun mobility. The climbing, the grappling gun. Dude, a grappling thing was one of those things I would have loved to have seen in Breath of the Wild, and they didn't include it. Like, Breath of the Wild has all this cool climbing. Do you know how awesome the claw shot would have been in that? Dude, I'm honestly at one of those stages with that stuff is just like, dude, I find it funny too, because like the odds that a Disney adult is somebody who's like anti-corporation, And like, yeah, they hate corporations, can't stand these guys. And then they're sitting down here with their Mickey Mouse t-shirts and acting like they're superior. Acting like they've ascended to a higher plane. I forgot to get bait. Are the fishing rods all identical? I think they are. I think the fishing sets are just more of like a... You're buying more the bait than the fishing rod. Oh wait, no, it says it boasts improved performance. Okay. Somebody told you that Disney adults are counterculture. Who in the world? What are they on? What are they on? I want to be able to experience that level of cognitive dissonance and complete disconnect from reality. Dude, I'd feel threatened too. I'd just be like, I don't know what this thing in front of me is. It's not human though. Yeah, just gonna end up, you know, dropping just that heavy line, you know. That thing. It scares me. Totally totally fluoridated. No saving them. At this point, death is a mercy. At this point, their what is it? Their pituitary gland is totally calcified. Wait, hold on. I need to look this up. Oh no, sorry, it's the pineal gland that it calcifies. It's tragic. Also, the AI response. Also, the AI response to the thing was immediately dropped a there is no evidence, or there's no backed evidence. And on one hand, I want to stay open. On the other hand, I also know what the international conspiracy is. I'm just saying, hydroxy is better. Hydroxy is better, and dentists are the devil. You know how it is. You know how it is. Oh. This is new. Oh, either this is some you could be able to tell the legendary palace sit around these parts. I've been studying them for many long years, but not once have I laid eyes on one. I was wondering, would you be willing to search for my step? My legs aren't what they used to be. Oh. Not obsidian to the what? I do happen to have a jet dragon. Not on me, of course. Why would I ever carry one of those around with me? Karza, welcome! How's your day been? Twitch giving you a hard time. I tell ya. Apparently that clip led to some controversies. I didn't realize it was controversial. But hey, that is fair. That is fair. Some people just can't handle the truth. That flashbang immunity is just something you develop over time. Remember to flashbang yourself every so often. What determines the map layout? The game map is set. The game map is set. It's more like Rust or I think Ark. I think Ark does that too. I can't remember for sure though. You know what's funny? I've had Ark in my Steam library for a while. Never played it. Never played it. A part of me is somewhat tempted to build a base here. I'll get around that another day. Excuse me, what? 82% likelihood of capture. Advantage defended off. Whatever. That's the main reason why I made this expedition in the first place, so. Yeah, we like chilling in this house, okay? Alright, we like chilling in this house. Alright, let's see if we can do this. My curiosity is just at that point, you know? Oh my. We're just waiting for some skills to recharge and oh, it's over. Again, keyword here is overtuned. I think that single-handedly got me like 2 levels. to put I know it's a little bit funny right now, but like when this game first released, Mamorist, that specific boss right there was like, it was like one of those big brontosaurus things that you'd see in in the Blade Chronicles X. Like they were just there, they didn't hurt anything, and they were just ridiculously high level. Am I the farthest along on the server? No, that'd be Mizu. Nigga Gatling gun. Ring of Mercy. I'm gonna go for the Gatling gun. You can never go wrong with the sailor outfit, okay? I'm pretty sure actually this specific pal costume isn't regularly available right now. I don't think they ever made that one available to just for anyone, for people to use. That was a freaking Twitch job of all things. Well, no, the sailor outfit is how you know it's a tyrant. That's how you can tell that one, they're in charge, and two, that you should fear them. Look, all I'm saying is, Mizu wears a sailor outfit and regularly destroys careers. Yeah, exactly. Alright, how much wheat we got? Good. Let's go on out and get some flour made up. It's already 10. That's typically about when I should be going to bed. Wait, cooler box. Oh. I just now realized I have one of those. main concern right now. I know that it is one of those games that does tempt me a lot, though. I don't think this is the most efficient way to turn a water wheel. I'm just being honest when I say it. I think there are more efficient ways to turn a water wheel, but in some capacity, you could argue it's deserved. This is the only way he can atone for his sins. That is his punishment. You know, in a few hours, I'm gonna run up to him and I'm gonna demand that he unsmelt this ore. And all I'll be able to do afterwards is just say, yes. I'm on it. Yes, knit me a blanket, then unknit it. Unknit this blanket. And then knit it again. Yeah, I know. For what it's worth, I stayed up really late last night working on stuff in Space Engineers. I also saw something that kind of made me a little bit scared because I thought it was aliens. But there's no aliens in Space Engineers. Well, unless you count the giant spiders, but... Nah, we don't count those guys. I've noticed in this update some of the PAL animations have been a little janky. Well, the waste of an Ultra Sphere right there. I am kind of curious how difficult it'd be to play this game with only humans nowadays. Because it actually has gotten just a little bit easier than it was. Oh? Oh, frick. Wait. Ripe Awakening Star Fruit. Ah, what? Did they reskin the did they reskin the PAL essence? I think they reskinned the PAL essence to make it a little less dark. It's kind of funny, but also kind of disappointing. I kind of liked how profoundly depressing it was as a concept. guess it's not too much of an issue, but still. Anyways, I'm gonna look for that one village over here so I can see if I can buy some seeds. Because they need seeds. Okay, not depressing. It was extremely dark in its origin. I'll put it this way. So the way to raise a pal's rank basically is, so in lore, what you're supposed to do is, you basically grind the pals into a, into like a paste or whatever. I mean, not a paste, but you get the idea. Like you basically churn the pals into what's known as pal essence and then inject it into the pal. Yeah, basically. Yeah, kinda. The number of pals necessary to put a pal at maximum rank is extraordinary, by the way. Like it's in the several hundreds right area. And yes, it's extremely it is it's very dark. It's very dark. Oh my god, guys. Guys. We can get the farming hat. Let's go! It's time for some Viet Cong gaming, everyone! Alright, so... Alright, we just see some ingots, which we should have a few of those. Not for much longer. I'll probably have to call it soon. Cause, you know, very, what's it called? I have work tomorrow. Okay, and we're gonna grab Beep now. Now Beep is a much better mount. This one has been semi-carefully crafted to be the perfect mount. Needless to say, we yum now. sneak. That is actually something I've been looking for. The market, thank you for the ball. Now we're going really fast now. Oh, I'm doing okay. How's it even? Welcome. So up the ones that I have that I use as mounts, this actually isn't my fastest. Or well, I think that one's able to reach the highest possible top speed, but Spooter has actually has the better skills. Alright then. We now have a rank 5 transporting quiver. That is gonna have to go in the global box, because I'm not taking any chances at that one. Have I gotten the ultra kill stuff? Nah, this is a new world, so it's gonna probably be a bit till I get the ultra kill stuff. We're getting there, but it's still a bit of a ways away. No, this is still Mizu's server, so no mods. You know what? I need to go on ahead and get started on some of those bosses. Not a bad place to end. Not a bad way to end this stream. And by that I mostly mean watch me just basically one shot the boss, cause that is about all that's gonna happen from this, because again, overtuned pals. Watch me find a way to flub this. Like, just screw up so profoundly. Okay. Was the Terraria collab a permanent collab? Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Every single collab in this game makes an etching on the very soul of Palworld. Well, that was underwhelming. You know what? I think if I put enough effort in, I can just go. I could probably. If I'm pretty sure I could go to almost any of the boss towers and just beat them, no problem. At least all the base game towers. Oh, hold up. I'm not a palpagos. I'll go pulling out a pal spear. Dude. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. You're... I'll be fine with one made you on as well. My problem is 20 high quality cloth. Dude. Like, I gotta catch him for the meme at some point, right? We're all in agreement. I've gotta catch him at some point just for the meme. I think we did interrupt something, yes. You know, this is the guy in, this is the guy who is in, this is the guy from Hitman 2 who sees 47 dressed as a flamingo and is like, so are you allowed to take the costume home? No, and he's the one who starts up the conversation. And he makes it all weird. I definitely would like some more, would appreciate that they did add more, costumes and stuff in this game. I've actually really appreciated that they've been adding a pretty wide assortment of, different NPCs to the game. And each NPC, I'm pretty sure, can be captured same as any other. You know how it is, though. Yeah, but I don't really see why the Terraria collab wouldn't have been permanent, because... Dude, there was too much stuff in there. Like, there were several, recruitable, like, capturable pals in that one. That was a fun update, though. Something about fishing mini games and games that honestly it's kind of weird for there to be fishing is just kind of fun in a way. It's like when No Man's Sky added fishing, you know? Dezimu. Panty shot. Culture. Yes, culture! Oh, this one might actually take a minute. I'm really gonna note again. I think the dragon type pals are probably have some of the strongest options in the game, hands down. Like they're the only pals I feel like that just have that manage to have this absurd levels of DPS for whatever reason. One thing I find interesting is how apparently in Japan it's more acceptable to show off legs than typically anything above the neck is. It's kind of an interesting reversal in comparison to how it is in the US. Yeah, cleavage is a little bit is apparently pretty it's a little bit much over there. Yeesh. For what it's worth. I kinda prefer it anyways. Anyways, now after all that, we have a lot of options. Alright, I can just go with regular hip lantern for a bit then. May as well snag the Palison's condenser while I got a minute. Egg incubator. All those technology bites really make a difference, feels like. Hey, that is fair. That is fair. Wait, heat resistant. Oh! Noted. Wait, but heat resistant is kind of useless to me. I need ice. I need cold resistant. Oh no! I'm pretty sure they were originally referred to as suicide bombers in a previous update. No, I don't think they were ever that on the nose. Level 3? Man, screw that. I'm just taking this turf. I'm capturing both of them. You get more EXP for that, you know. So I've been told. Anyways, so as for all that, okay, I'll make the weapon workbench, and then we'll go from there. Alright, I don't think I'm making an SMG with the weapon workbench. It was a fun thought, but I guess that's too advanced for the regular workbench. Not really surprised, it's just, you know. Would have been cool if I could have. Alright, so... Yeah, what about it? What about that, Diablo? Diablo! Don't you tell me that you hear Power World and don't immediately think about guns. That's like one of the most iconic parts of Power World. Well, that and slavery. But just, don't think too hard about that part. Look at Toby over here. He is loving what he loves watering the fields, don't you, Toby? See, he loves it. This is like his favorite thing to do in the world. I took this man off the streets and I gave him purpose. Okay, I uplifted him. I saved him from himself. Before this, he was living in low-income housing. Don't be etching an SOS message in that tree trunk. If only I was able to put somebody else on this job. I did think it would be really funny to take a bunch of, to get a bunch of humans in this game. And like, and max out their work stats. Because fun fact, different humans actually do have different work skills. Like, not all of them have watering, fun fact. Some of them can get kindling. Can't do generate electricity generation, though. Or cooling, I'm pretty sure. Or farming, but farming is kind of specific. And it just dawned on me that Toby is a little bit darker complexion. That makes this... We're gonna ignore that. We're gonna stop looking at Toby now. We're not looking at Toby anymore. The point has been made. Hey! You listen here, Farmer Jack. The Wheel of Pain is an icon, alright? It's iconic. Without the Wheel of Pain, what would we do with this world? What would we do with all the wayward souls lacking in purpose? Pretty sure this is Mizu's place. Okay, yeah, Mizu's got some pretty high level stuff. Best part about this is, I don't even know for sure if it's like Mizu just pulled some stuff out of his global PAL box that's really high level. Because I'm pretty sure that global PAL box pals actually do maintain their levels. Like when you have them as work pals, when you use them as your... they're gonna use them as, like, you know, for fighting and stuff like that, they're not as good, but... that was kind of the presumption, though, I feel like. Turn them into Arnold, I guess. Who's Arnold? Look, all I'm saying is the wheel of pain is very necessary to ensure that society remains as it is. Okay? The world could not sustain itself if not for the Wheel of Pain. You ask Toby what will he find at the bottom of his Tylenol bottle? I will also be so yes, exactly. I mean, seriously, if we can't solve the riddle of steel, how on earth are we supposed to do anything? Okay, do you want to be the one to get to Valhalla? You get to Valhalla, and then you answer, and then Crom, he laughs at you. He just laughs at you. I did it again! Keep doing it! Wait, Mizu's got a shock collar? I don't know Lumi well enough to be able to say for sure. She's getting wet. Oh no. Oh no. God, how long until because because our audiences are kind of similar, it ends up happening with me. Oh no. I am fortunate. And that I'm pretty sure my audience wouldn't. Also, I don't do anything on Thrones, so I guess it doesn't matter, does it? My throne is a void. Okay, meteorite fragments. Nice, welcome, Azriban! Azriban! Okay, we'll put you in place of Chewie, I guess, for a minute. Fast travel to, over here works. Oh, thanks for popping in. Some more effects around here that I've not really noticed in the past. Makes you wonder if they're new or if they've just kind of been there for a while. It's like I said, I'd like to see weather in the game at some point. I also expected them to take their time on that one, because I also agree. It's one of those things that it's interesting. Nah, let's just do this. going until 5 hours. Problem is I don't have a good way to check whether it's gonna be when it is 5 hours. I guess we are kind of close to that though. Okay, we'll drop, we don't need berry seeds. Alright, got rid of that, finally. Yeah, but those that are kind of curious, the way this guy works is, he moves faster specifically on sand, and the dirt roads are classified as sand. So it's very effective as a thing there. Guys, it's Sonichu! He's a pavement princess? Wait! That's a new term. Haven't heard that one before. Let's see. Oh, it was somewhere else already. It's kind of funny how, like, when it comes to a lot of the powered updates, it always feels like the little ones are the ones that add the most. I knew that was right. You actually found a legendary power. Unbelievable. This is what you exactly. I can't thank you enough. Applied handiwork technique. Let's go! Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Seeing as my objective is to make my Quivern into one of the best there ever was. Yes, I am probably going to look into maxing out our handiwork. like how she always just opens up with the tactical nuke. Yeah, bag upgrades are one of those things I should probably look into, but are unfortunately very difficult. You have to go looking for predator pals. And those guys are, well, they're kind of hard to find. I know the internet may have convinced you otherwise, but according to Pal World, finding predators is very difficult. Oh, okay, it's like I'll pick up there and people going after it at all, because you might as well just drive a car. That is fair. That is fair. Alright. I think I did as much as I probably would like to do tonight, and in all honesty, I got work tomorrow. I got work tomorrow. So, I suppose I'll probably, head off then. Thankfully, I got a lot done today. Or got a whole lot done today. I think all I had was this little house here, and, it is still empty. Probably put this in here somewhere. Not any rate. At any rate. Let's take a look at our raid options. See who I can send everything off to. I'll give it to Aqua tonight. They're currently talking about the fall of iDubbbz. Fair. iDubbbz always deserves to be made fun of. Yeah, I know. I wish I didn't have to, but I know I have to sleep from time to time. Sadly, the streams can never go on forever. Until they can! But that is not today, so thank you all very much for watching. And I will see you guys next time, so good night.